Somebody. Ah, voilà. Hello. How are you? How are you, Gonzalo? Good and you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm coming. I'm just eating something before starting the stream. The burger. Is your pop working? I don't hear it. I'm your number one fan. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gonzalo. No, you're right. It's not here. I need to. Yeah, I forgot to trigger it. But now it's here. Now it's here. Now it's here. What is this? Two gifts for you. Ah, yeah, it's free. Very nice. Yeah, so now Steam also does the free stuff. Like Epic Games. Pretty nice, thank you. Ah, 5.5. Haha. It's streaming. I don't read it yet. Ah, okay. Up. Hello. Wait, actually, I need to. Actually, I need to fill my bottle. Wait. Hello, Nat. How are you? Wait, I'm filling my bottle. Oh. Good and you? Yeah, good. It's been so long, Nat. How many years? How many months have we not seen each other? You know? Yes, so much time. Yes. I remember your wonderful butt. Ah, it was so long ago, you know? No. But yeah, has the good the good reaction. I remember when you had that terrible big hair. What? My big hair. And I remember when you had that amazing, enormous butt. Mmm, yum, yum, yum. I remember it. It was so long ago, you know? But, okay, enough joking. Enough joking. What? Yeah, I forgot to take this out. Wait, forgot in my desk. No, my table. In my table. I want you to see all the mess that is. Hop, voilà. What? You promised not to look at my butt? I'm disappointed. You know, we have a saying in France. Les promesses ne se font qu'à ceux. No, what is it? Les promesses ne se font. Merde, j'ai oublié. Ah, I forgot. Promises. Oh yeah, promises matter only to those who believe them. Les promesses ne... Merde. Ah, comment c'est déjà? How do you say that? Les promesses n'engagent que ceux qui les écoutent. Yeah, que ceux qui les reçoivent. Yeah. Like promises matter only to those who receive them. So unfortunately I promised you, but you know. It was too... It was... wow. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Well, I was working just before launching the stream. I was working on my CLI tool for creating glyphs, you know, for custom fonts. So I'm almost done. I just need to clean up the API and the command space. Yeah, because like a few days ago, Anthropic released 4.7, right? Opus 4.7. So of course, OpenAI needed to release their own update. They released the new like fairly quickly after 5.4. It's been like a month or two, right? It's not that long ago. Terminal bench 82. Ah, pretty nice. Now, what's the price? Wait, I just want to look at the price because if it's still an even more expensive, well, It's sad when you can trust on someone. Yes. Well, in a way, well, I'm stopping the joke here. It's going on for too long. Alors. They're talking about pricing. So if they talk about the pricing, usually it means that it's good. Like it's nice. It means, you know, because usually when the pricing is bad, they don't talk about it. Mhm. 5.5 for Plus Pro Business Edu with a 400K. So it doesn't come with the 1 million of 5.4. Interesting. So they stopped using. So now we don't have access to the 1 million. No. Yeah, no, per 1 million. At $5 per 1 million input and $30. So it's more expensive. So it is more expensive. So what's the point then? So it's similar to 5.4, I guess, in that you pay more, you get more intelligence per, token, but it's not actually more efficient, it seems. Because what I'm waiting is when they release a new model that is better, but at the same price, as the previous model. That's what interests me. And that's, what's interesting. Because you get more efficient per dollar spent. But this is not what they do here. They again increase the price. 5.5 Pro, yeah, I mean the Pro is crazy. Alors, while GPT 5.5 is priced higher than 5.4, yeah, it is both more intelligent and much more token efficient. Really? Well, I don't care if it's more token efficient, if it's not more dollar efficient, right? Why would I care if it's more token efficient if I'm spending the same or more, right? In Codex, we have carefully tuned the experience so 5.5 delivers better results with fewer tokens than 5.4 for most users, while continuing to offer generous usage across subscription levels. Is Microsoft decide what models go to Copilot? Yes. Yes. I mean, I guess they have a special team inside GitHub that must be responsible for GitHub Copilot. But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, everything is probably sourced from the Azure, data centers for GitHub Copilot. Yeah. Oh, let's look at the pricing page. 5.5. They haven't. Oops, what's happening? Oh, my screen is blank. Oh. Wait. What's happening? Oh no, what's happening? I can't see my secondary screen. Ah, it's back. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to be careful. Okay. Uh, ta 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 ta. Okay, so 5.5. It's not there. It's not there. Well, they say $5, right? They say $5. Yeah, so they actually say it. $5 per input token and $30. So it's double basically. It's double 5.4. Yeah, it's just plain double. I doubt we will get twice as much intelligence for double the price. So yeah, you know, I mean, to me, 5.4 is even already a bit too expensive for the amount of intelligence that we have. I think 5.3 codex is actually the better deal when it comes to, you know, tokens spent per dollar. I mean, no, intelligence, you know, per dollar. Like, and 5.5 is just the continuation of that. They keep ramping up the price, but the intelligence is not that much more efficient. Let's look at the benchmarks. Well, do I really want to watch this video? I mean, it will just be, wow, it's so smart. I mean, right? Okay. I didn't listen actually. Bon. It's smart, right? Space mission app, earthquake tracker. Ah, it seems that they fixed the weird UI. Hmm. Did they fix the weird UI? Because like GPT 5.4 had a weird UI smell to it, you know? Wondering if they fixed it. Sometimes I do GPT 4.4 mini because it's cheaper than Sonnet. Yeah, I mean 5.4 mini is good, huh? It's pretty good. It's 5.4 mini is actually smarter than like way smarter, and it's also a bit more expensive than GPT-5 mini. You know, GPT-5 mini was a cheap, a bit dumb model. 5.4 mini is in between GPT-5 mini and 5.3 codex. So it's almost a frontier model, GPT 5.4 mini. So like, you know, for small tasks or whatever, you know, where it doesn't need to do, you know, to implement like a big plan or whatever, it's maybe not enough, but you know, a few tasks, 5.4 mini is good enough. I still prefer 5.3 codex because I get that, you know, higher you know, I'm certain that 5.3 codex is actually one of the most capable. But yeah, yeah. I mean, the UI is way cleaner here than what they did before. That's nice. Dungeon game. Huh. Oh wow. That's funny. We're going to somebody's going to vibe code Dungeon Keeper. That would be cool if somebody would vibe code Dungeon Keeper. Because I always wanted to play Dungeon Keeper, but it's an old game and it's very not pleasing to interact with. You know, maybe I can try if I have too much tokens one day at the end of my limit of my week. Tank. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, this is still like pretty simple kind of games, right? Well, I think it's a bit sad that like, you know, graphics wise, when it comes to like 3D game rendering, but I guess this is 3GS or something, so well, you can't ask it to do crazy stuff. But you know, like I would have expected that they would have gotten a bit farther away for the 3D game, you know, video game making capabilities because this is still pretty bare bone, no? Especially compared to what we had like a year ago, right? Like a year ago, you could have done that already with like GPT 4.1 or something, right? So, well, hmm. I'm working with a higher intelligence. Yeah. I mean, I guess 5.5 now is going to be like 5.4. It's like, okay, when you have a real annoying thing to do that 5.3 codex struggles at, okay, maybe you try once with 5.4, and if it fails again, you try once with 5.5, and you know, and you see if it solves it. I guess that's how I'm going to use it. Because I already think that 5.4 drains my quota way too fast. You know? It drains my quota way too fast already. So I don't want to like. Depends on game making chosen, I guess. Yes. Yes, but you know, like I've already seen before people making video games where like the model will go online, search for the textures for stuff, and add them, right? But here they didn't do that. Maybe for copyright reasons, I guess. I'm not sure. But yeah. Efficiency, GB 200. Advanced cybersecurity. Okay, so it's continuing the cybersecurity stuff. Oh, and by the way, did you know all the critics I had with Anthropic like a month ago, or a month or two ago? I mean, for some time. I've seen this YouTuber that is like AI YouTuber, Matthew Berman. He actually made a big video that more or less says what I was saying. But now it came into his mind too. Voilà, this is a long 47 minutes video. And basically it explains in detail what I've been explaining, for the last few weeks, months, in my, especially in the tech news sections. So yeah, I'm happy to see that other people realize that Anthropic seems pretty evil, to normal people at least. Yeah. What was I doing? What was I doing? Yeah, I was working on my little CLI tool. Pow. Okay. Okay. Yes, I have everything in there. I have everything in a big ass file. How many lines? How do I go at the end at G? 3,000 lines. Maybe I could break it up a little bit. Okay. Let's break up. Attends, first, let me. What's. Yeah. Streamline package, rebuild, yeah. CLI contract. Is it useful if I have like what I'm working on, on the here actually. Checking something. Can you even see what's written? You cannot see what's written here, right? It's too small. Bon, in a way, do I want you to see? Maybe not. I'm not sure. Yeah, like even the yeah. So now my screen is so wide that the 1080p resolution of the stream is like too small. I can't see shit here. If I zoom into my own feedback, you know, like yeah, now it's so small. I mean, I guess you can see my face, but that's all. It's too small, yeah. Hmm. Can I like? Is it allowed to stream in 1440p? Attends. Let me check. Stream in 1440p. Because I guess that would be the best for you guys, right? Especially if you have like for Gonzalo, I'm sure you have a 4K TV, right? So 1440p would be a bit better. Especially now that I have a beefy GPU, I guess I can support 1440p streaming now. Before I couldn't, right? With my previous GPU, I like the encoder was already struggling with just the 1440p stream. But now that I have a beefier GPU, maybe I can do 1440p. But it's small. I'm on my small iPad now. I just Gonzalo. I mean, yeah, actually, not yeah. No, I say Gonzalo because Gonzalo often tells me, "Oh, I put you on my TV now." No, no, no. And you've never said that, Nat. So I don't assume that you put me on your big TV. Maybe I'm not important enough to be on your big TV, Nat. I don't know. You know, maybe if you told me that you would put me on your big TV, I would know, but I don't know because you never tell that to me, you know? So I don't know. Yeah. So Nat, do you watch me on your big TV or on a more than 1080p screen, I guess? Beta. Beta? I watch on big TV, but you should set as 720p. Okay, then it's not useful. Yes. Wow, 1080p lags a bit. Okay. Yeah. So maybe it's not. But at the same time, I do think I have multi-stream on. I'm wondering if multi-stream, so the fact that I multi-stream means that I I send out like lots of different resolutions to Twitch. Where do I see? Where I do the profile. Twitch enhanced broadcasting. Twitch enhanced. Enhanced broadcasting. Multiple video qualities. Mm-hmm. What? 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 What are you saying? Why are you saying what? I don't know. Viewers. High resolution. without the higher risk. 2K streaming is powered by enhanced broadcasting technology, which will automatically adjust the stream quality for users with limited bandwidth, lagging and buffering, making sure your viewers will get the best version of your stream. If we have the data about your viewers bandwidth system, we will make it. Okay. Alors, double check if you have at least OBS 31. I think I do have OBS 31. Yeah, I have even like 34, 30, 30 something. About, yeah, OBS 32. What? The Gonzalo TV. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, because you know, it depends on the TV, but I noticed that sometimes my TV, even though I paid this, it's not a cheap TV, right? But now it's 5 years old, but sometimes the processing power inside the TV is low, you know, and so yeah. Sometimes when I want to watch some 4K videos or something that are truly in 4K, sometimes the TV struggles more than my computer, you know? So yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it's true. Alors, adjust, tac, tac, tac. Oh, your settings in OBS. Settings video, set canvas. Ah oui. Output to at least 24, nanana. Check the enhanced broadcasting box. Ah voilà. Ah yes, so I just need to change the base resolution to 1080p to 1440p, and I do enhanced broadcasting. Okay, I guess it will just add like a new yeah, a new bandwidth, a new channel, video channel to the stream. Oh, TV I tune to Android app on my Android TV, and then when I choose the TV, it frees sometimes the stream. I mean Android TV, but I like better when you stream when you could read your screen. Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, at the same time, I'm not going to change the scale of my screen because now it's too big. So what if I just do, wait, you know, this just wider maybe? Maybe I can just use this all the time. You know? Let me think. Yeah, first, maybe I can. I need to change this. What is the name of this? Wait, I'm doing this in live, huh? Because otherwise I will forget. Hypermouse follow zoom. Hypermouse follow zoom. Let me do this live real quick, otherwise I will forget. I need you to fix my hypermouse follow zoom Lua script on OBS, which is OBS Titan 682 custom version. It's the one I use because I changed my monitor and now the zoom effect is stuck on the right side of the screen. I can only go up and down but not left to, but left right. Please investigate what happened here. My main monitor where I want the zoom to happen is the HDMI 3 one. Oops, sorry. I was liking when you were learning and explaining lazy Vim. I need to do that too. Yeah, I need to do that too, lazy Vim. I need to think about doing a video. Well, I've been working on this tool for the last few days and on my setup and stuff. But yeah, I need to do my, I need to make some videos about lazy Vim. Alors, your big S script still config still points to EDP1. But Hyperland now reports, no, yeah. I patched the zoom script here. Okay, and so now if I reload, voilà. It's good now, right? Yes. Voilà. For example, to read, I think it's better, right, for you to read what's written here, I guess. Well, the thing is, there's so many information. I'm not sure if you care, but well, it gives a little motion sickness. Ah, voilà. But I have no solution. I have no solution. Sorry. I have no solution. I mean, the only thing I can do is like I can just like get rid of part of the screen. So I can do this, like I can just show you this, and the rest, which is part of the screen. what other people do. They just zoom in like crazy, but at the same time, other streamers like the Primogen, they zoom in like crazy, but at the same time, like I don't know. I don't know if it's just me or if I'm weird or, but like I don't care that much what's written on the screen, you know, of people's code. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird, but you know, like I only care about my code because I know my code base, and looking at the screen, usually you can't know how somebody's code base actually is because you just need to spend like 3 hours inside a code base to understand really what's going on, you know. So I don't know, like is it really useful to show people code? You know, like I'm not sure. What do you mean zoom in, select just a portion of the screen? Yeah, it's just like they, I mean, they increase this. I guess they have like one monitor or something where they increase the scale of the zoom in or something. I'm not sure what they do. You know, or maybe they do something like this, like they put the you know, the terminal like this, and then they just do that, right? And then you have you know, stuff like that. But bon, I'm not a fan. I don't see the point. For me, it is useful to read. I see. You know. Okay. Hello Yannick, how are you? Hello Yannick, how are you? How are you? How are you? Look, if you want, I can do it like this. Yannick, do you read what I have on my screen usually? Or do you try to read? Because I'm wondering if it's actually you know, if it's actually useful if I try to. I mean, I guess it's useful for Gonzalo. So, you know, I will try to make it readable what I'm doing. Because my screen now is too big. So, you know, if I do this, it's not readable. It's not readable because my screen is too wide. Bon. I was wondering if it was actually that useful, but if it's readable or not. But I guess it's useful to Gonzalo, I guess to other people too. I'm not sure. You know, I'm trying to find the correct recipe. I don't really read it personally. Yeah, yeah, right. I guess you're a bit like me. Like when I watch people code, usually I listen to them. I don't read what, you know, the code they're actually writing. So. Mm. But yeah, I guess everybody is different. But voila, I put it like this. You know, at least it will be. I guess this will be my main window. You know, so I will try to show you what I do here. It's mostly it's mostly vibe coding. But I guess sometimes I do look at the code a little bit. Yeah. Oh wait, this is not what I'm doing. Um, hmm. Alors, I want, because my main.rs, this is Rust, by the way. By the way, oh yeah, but you don't see that now. Oh, fuck. Bon, attends. Wait a minute. I will try to do it like this. Having too big of a string creates so many problems. Yeah, but now it's almost. Mm. This is Rust code. Rust. Voilà. This is Rust. Rust, by the way. Yes, this is Rust, by the way. This is Rust, by the way. But now I have like one file, one 3000 lines file. So I'm asking GPT to break down the 3000 line of code main RS into, I don't know, 4 to 5 reasonable files for it to be a bit better organized. Make a plan that I will validate. I was thinking about something. When we have a Docker file and use a Ubuntu image as base, for example, yes. Does it will get the latest Ubuntu updates when we build the Docker file image? I don't think so. I think the version of the Ubuntu, I mean, I'm not sure if, so there's two things, right? There's the Ubuntu versions, and there are the package versions inside the Ubuntu, right? But my expectations would be that, I mean, first, inside the Docker file, usually you set inside the Docker file the version of the Ubuntu image, right? Like the name of the Ubuntu image that you are choosing includes the Ubuntu version. So I guess for the Ubuntu version, you choose it into the Docker file, right? And since, to my knowledge, Ubuntu is not a rolling release, right? It's not like Arch. So I guess with a given Ubuntu version, you probably only have access to a given set of, up-to-date packages versions for this Ubuntu version, I guess, So like, I guess if you have an Ubuntu version that is released in January 2026, my expectations would be you're probably going to have all the packages and the dependencies, at least the included like base, like core packages. I guess you're going to have the versions up to January 2026. I guess. I'm not sure, but that's what I would expect. Because if I'm correct, if I remember correctly, that's how the other Linux distro like Debian and Ubuntu ensure stability in their packages, right? Contrary to Arch, is that they basically block the new versions. Like for each Ubuntu versions that is published, you can only get up to a certain version of all the packages, because that's that's the limit with which they tested that everything works correctly, right? And so you cannot install the newest, or at least if you have an older Ubuntu version, you cannot have the latest updates of all the packages, because you can only have the latest packages that were planned to be integrated into this version of Ubuntu. I guess that's how if I remember, because I looked at this at some point, but I don't remember precisely. I checked Docker Hub now. Apparently, they update the tag. Ah, yeah, okay. So I guess maybe if you have like a at latest or something, they update. I think Docker Hub manages the updates. Ah, okay, probably. Then it's good, yeah. It's just that I guess I would recommend. I mean, if you want your project to be stable, right? I would not do that. I would not let Docker Hub manage the version of my image, right? I would do that manually, because like if one day Ubuntu pushes a release with some of the packages that you're using inside your code that has a breaking change, and maybe Ubuntu integrated this breaking change into their distro, so it's stable, for Ubuntu wise, but maybe for your code, it's not stable. Maybe, because maybe you didn't integrate those breaking changes into your code, right? So I guess I would avoid auto updating the Ubuntu versions for that reason. If that was my project, again, everyone does what he wants, and if everything is self-contained or whatever, if you have no links whatsoever into your code with the Ubuntu environment and the packages of the Ubuntu distro, I guess it's not a problem, right? But if you have some IO interactions or interactions with the OS or something, I would be careful, I guess. Yeah, it depends on the use case. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, and like nowadays, I think in the era that we are in the era of supply chain attacks that are rampant everywhere nowadays, I think it's generally a good idea to not put anything on auto update, like on latest or whatever, just in case some supply chain attacks happens, just at the wrong moment where you just push the image, it fetched, the latest version that includes a corrupted package, and then boom, it's in your production or whatever, But also the era of CVEs. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. So which one, Yeah, yeah. CVE discovery by LLM. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we are burned on both fronts. Huh? The CVEs on one side, the supply chain attacks on the other. Yeah, that's true. Huh? That's true. I mean, my only solution to that is just to update, but like at a random time, not too often, because, usually the supply chain attacks are solved by like 24 hours later, or at least a few days, right? So I guess the best way to update everything, your packages and stuff, is always like some random time between like a week and a month or something, just so that you lower the chance that you might be, onboarding a supply chain attack randomly, you know, I guess. But yeah, there is no correct solution because if a CVE is discovered, I mean, or just a 0 day is discovered on something brand new that was just pushed and validated, and you update at this moment, well, you're fucked anyway. So yeah, it's complex. Alors, propose refactor CLI project RS move project manifest config domain code there. Tac 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 tac. Build.rs moves build pipeline plus font generation there. Install RS, yeah. TUI RS. Move TUI up, keep test working with minimal visibility change. Move existing CFG test. Yeah. Expose only test. Safely verification pass after each extraction step. Okay. Proceed. Package manager registries of languages are the weakest point of security, I think. Package managers registries of languages. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's where all the supply chain attacks happen, right? So yeah, it is true. Yeah, NPM and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've actually been looking into how to prevent myself from, because I want to soon publish some npm packages and PyPy packages and AUR packages, so I'm going to look into that. Hello Harry, how are you? Hello. How are you? How are you? It's been a while. How have you been doing? I've been missing so many streams. Yeah, but it's okay, People come when they want. So it's okay. There is no pressure. I'm doing great. How is the math going? I remember you were always doing some math. Oh, I forgot about it. Really? You forgot about the math? Got too busy with school to do math. Oh. Me, I thought that maybe you were doing math at school too, but no. Just so NPM have 2FA. Yeah, I saw that NPM has 2FA, PyPy has 2FA, and there's actually, you just need to be careful, and there's actually like how they have put in place hardened security ways to manage like publishing tokens and stuff like that, to make sure that it, like you can actually like have a short-lived token to publish a release or whatever. So there are ways to strengthen the security in package manager registries. Yeah. Yeah. I asked. Gemini. Now I'm using Gemini to like analyze the repo and propose changes. And it actually did a pretty good job at changing the TUI. Now my TUI is pretty cool. No, cargo build. I know I'm fuck. Yeah. You see my TUI now? It's simple, huh? But now I can like decide the like the strength or whatever. Pretty cool. Llama. It's slightly. Why is it like that? Why is it wider than taller? Life has been very busy lately, but in a good way. It isn't boring. Oh, by the way, Petit, what are you making? I'm making a custom glyph creator. Like basically, if you want, because I'm making I want to have beautiful TUIs, terminal UIs for my apps that I want to publish soon. And the problem I have in these apps is that since those are TUIs, I cannot add logos and images. Well, even though there is a Kitty protocol for the image, but not all terminals have that. So for the cross compatibility sake, I'm basically creating a font with the logos or any image, right, that I want. And I'm going to use those fonts, those glyphs, the unit of the font, to render the logos or the images that I want inside my TUI of my tools. Voilà. So I'm first making the tool to create the custom font with the logos, and then I will use this tool into my other TUIs to create cool stuff. And so here, for example, it's the Cloud logo, preview, the ChatGPT logo, voilà. And then voilà, and then it produces stuff like that. I don't know if you can see, but it's like characters, like fonts, basically font, font characters that are shaped as the logo, basically, and so I can use them in my TUI. Because, for example, I have this tool here that checks for the quotas of the LLMs, right? And so basically, here I don't know if you can see, but I wanted to add the logos, for each company, but I can't because it's a terminal. So bon, I guess for Google it's kind of accurate, but the rest they just use some nerd icons that I had in my install font. So I was like, well, I'm going to replace those with my custom font with the real logos, to to make it properly, proper. I get it, voilà. Bon, what did he do? Is it still working? Still working. I hope it works, because last time I tried a big refactor like that, like a big breaking down of code, it didn't work. So I hope the models got better. Well, I think last time it was with GPT. Oh no, maybe it was Sonnet 4. It still didn't do it properly. Super cool. Thank you. Our refactor is done and build tests are green. Very nice. Updated source layout. Main CLI project. What I preserve. Same CLI surface and to behavior. Manifesto detection behavior expected by integration tests, including nested single project data. Existing test migrate and still passing validation run. One important note that before I continue running tests, modify generated file under test font. Oh, really? Well, let's delete it. Actually, I think it's okay if we delete it. Also, I have made a new best friend. She's a second me. Really? Do you mean that she is very fond of math like you and weirdly interested in serial killers? Right? Very nice. She's exactly like me, but like with all my other interests. With all my other interests that I don't talk about. Oh. What are the interests that you don't talk about? Talk about them now. Now I'm interested. You know, you can talk about those. What are the interests that you never talk about, Harry? Music. Oh. Thousand lines. Yeah, thousand lines. Install 300. Okay. Now this is like nothing. Reject. Oh, there's no scrolling anymore. Why is there no scrolling? Hmm? There was a scrolling before. Oh, but my Neovim is bugged. There's no scrolling effect. And my leader is not. What is this? Oh yeah, that's the picker. I don't understand how people think that this is more like this is a better UI than a file tree like Neo tree. I really don't get it like this. You know, like I've heard the Primogen say like, why do you need a file tree when you have this? Uh, well, why would you need this when you have a file tree? You know, it's so weird how different people think differently about things. And nerdy stuff like Beyblade or fashion. I'm very much into fashion now. I got some healthy beats for once. Wow, very cool. Do you look all the fashion week défilé? I don't know how you call that in English. You know, like the and stuff. Do you watch the collections, autumn of the fashion week? I'm into like designing my own stuff. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah, you like stylist. You're like a stylist now, and also alternative fashion. Oh, interesting. Like goth or scene. What is scene? Because scene to me is like the cracking scene, you know, like guys who crack games, they call themselves the scene. I guess a lot of underground communities call themselves the scene because it's like cool to say. Okay. Where is why I don't have something is wrong with my Neovim? What's going on? Oh, it's the TUI of the terminal that was fucking up with my Neovim. What the fuck? When I open a TUI inside the embedded terminal here, it fucks up with my leader, with my Mason, whatever. I don't know how it's called. Interesting. What did I want to do? Ah, wait, so now maybe my... Ah, voila, now it's back. Whoa. Now my scrolling effect is back. What's going on there? The TUI fucks up with some of the Neovim functionality. Okay. Scene is like a nerdy rave, like those who are mostly online and had their fashion built from early 2000, 2010 era. Like MySpace, Inverterzim, MLP. Okay. I mean, you know, I am of this generation, right? Like, I'm a millennial. I was born in 1994, you know? So I grew up in the 2000s, but I'm not nerdy rave. My fashion is not nerdy rave. But yeah, it's like the, you know, like the green glass, you know, like the yellow green glasses, whatever, you know, like Euro beats or whatever, how you call them, I don't know, you know? You know, it's like Euro. Exactly, yeah. The colorful as yeah. 2000 fashion Euro beat or something. Yeah, stuff like that, right? Kinda. It's like you know, Spice Girls or stuff like that. Patterned hair dye. Yeah, these kinds of glasses, right? Like the colored glasses. Destiny's Child, yeah, you know. Um, Glasses and like sportswear stuff. 2000 like street. I have an image in my mind of like some a style. Can't find it. You know, like stuff like that, but like green, yellow. Y2K. Y2K. What is Y2K? I don't even know. Nerd rave. Yeah, these glasses, but like different colors and like green plastic pants or whatever. Yeah, green plastic pants. Oh. Yeah, you know, this vibe, this kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's not that really. I can't find it. Not that either. But yeah. Yep, you're that. This is very scene. Okay. Yeah, voila. Yeah, this vibe, right? But like with maybe colored glasses and weird pink or green pants, right? Like baggy pants or whatever. Yeah, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty cool. Yeah. It's pretty cool. You actually stumbled across it already. Okay. Ta 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 ta. Two we. And you have to explicit test migrating to pay, memorization run, one important running test. You want to keep want me to revert those generated test font changes? No, I'll keep them as part of this branch. My HG it is also very into a fashion like me. What is HG? What is HG? Homegirl. Oh, okay. Okay, nice. Very cool. That's cool when you find someone, that has the same interests as you. You can share stuff. That's pretty cool. I have a friend like that, that's very into like startups and tech and stuff. So I just send her all the news that about AI and stuff. It's funny. Also, me and her may be more than best friends. Very happy having her in my life. Oh, very nice. Are you in the process? Are you in the courtship process? How is it called in English? Courtiser. Are you courting? You know? Are you courting? Although she's all the way in India. Oh. Yeah, she's a bit far away. Yeah, I think it's past that. Oh wow. Very cool. Very nice. Okay, alors let's try to let's build. We both already know we like each other, we just haven't admitted it yet. Okay. Petit glyph. Overwritten. Oh, there's an inconsistency. There is an inconsistency. Like she talks about all these things she's gonna do when she sees me, like give me flowers, buy me keychains, and treating me to street food with her, taking me to my first concert. I okay. Damn. Hmm. But what the fuck? I thought the scripts.aur.sh uninstall would uninstall only the tool, but it turns out it also reinstalled it like a raw aur.sh. What's going on? Investigate. Remove plus rebuild per reinstall, not uninstall only. Wait, what the fuck? What the hell? Well, make it uninstall only. Only then. That's crazy. LMAO. Keep the AUR as the whole uninstall plus reinstall, but the uninstall arg should only make it uninstall, and that's all. God damn it. Oh, maybe I forget to do cargo build every time. Do I? Maybe not. Cargo run. Install is not uninstall only. Well, yeah. Reinstall, build install, reinstall. Why do I need all those fucking steps? Like, build, install, package build, tarball. Explain the differences with the other or commands like build, package build, tarball. Alors, package build. Original package build from cargo does not create tarball. Does not install. Tarball creates petit glyph using do not touch package build. Does not install. Git archive head. Here build full local package build pipeline. Regenerates package build. Create source tarball. Run make packages and isolate to make packages years. Today new Ubuntu is launched. The big new version. Ubuntu. ILTS. New LTS. Resolute Raccoon. Do you use Ubuntu for your doc images? I guess. Package, source, run package. does not install. All install, alias for reinstall. Delete the all and all install. We don't need those. The others are fine. Yeah. And this is. I use on servers. I like Debian based. Okay. Ooh, is Ubuntu Debian based? I'm not sure. Yes. Okay. Deleted all. Okay. Bon, let's commit. Let's refactor breakup main.rs into sub modules. I'm not sure if it's how you call them in Rust. I know it's how you call them in Python. Let me ask ChatGPT. In Python, we say modules. What do we say in Rust? Wow. Wow, what? What are you wowing? My git commit window is different in Laziving when I do leader GG. Oh, really? Yeah, I use lazy git. I use lazy git. Yeah, that's all I think. I use lazy git, but I use like, I guess, how you get that window? This one, I just press C to commit, you know? I just press C, like lowercase c, to commit in normal mode. No, I mean in lazy git, you know? Attends, wait, I'm just module rate cargo a package. That's a module. Oh, it's a module. Okay. No, you know, like right now I'm in lazy git. I'm in lazy git, right? So I select something to commit, right? And I press a lowercase c, and I have this, and this is my commit title, and this is my commit description, you know? I was not seeing all your screen. Ah, yes. Yes, because I reduced it. I mean, I zoomed in. You also do leader GG, right? Yes. Yeah, yes, exactly. I do leader GG for lazy git. Yeah, leader GG. No. Wait. Leader. Oh, it doesn't work. I'm in visual mode. No. What's happening? I know it doesn't work. What's happening? Why it doesn't work anymore? Oh. Sometimes my leader stuff fucks up. Why? Oh, it's because I was recording. Ah. I guess I pressed Q. Wait. Yeah, so when I press leader GG, voilà, I get my lazy git. Wait, so if I close with Q, I start recording? No, right? I hope not. Ah, maybe because I press QQ. Ah, yeah, it's QQ for recording. Okay, so I need to be careful. When I close lazy git, I need to not press Q a second time, otherwise it starts recording. Okay. Pow. Oh yeah, so I needed to today install Java LSP plugin in lazy vim. Oh, very nice. AURSH. AURSH. I think I just changed this, right? And I also added on lazy vim, I added something that is originally like it's a cloud commit plugin. You do shift C instead of lowercase c, and it creates the but I'm going to show you fuck my entire screen because otherwise you won't understand. And then it creates the wait, sorry. It creates the actual commit, you know, like commit message automatically. Have Java autocomplete. I struggle a little because it needs Java 2021 and I have Java 17. Okay, I see. I have some news. I pass on the interview. Let's go. Oh, wait. So what does that mean, Nat? Do you have a job now? Or do you go to the next interview? Do you go on to the next interview? Do you have 3 interviews? Right? Usually it's the yeah, so you have the next interview now, right? I know you got a job. Oh my god, congrats! Woo! Really? Woo! Really, Nat? Confirm. I want double confirmation. I want double confirmation, Nat. Do you really have the job? You got a job, right? For real? Yes. Congrats, Nat. Oh my god. Congrats. Congratulations. Congratulations, Nat. You got a job. Yoo-hoo. Oh my god. Attends, I'm gonna put... Oops, sorry. What is the... attends. French song... French song, okay? Attends. Attends. Let's go! Voilà! Cante salina, cante salina. Let's go! He got the job! Not got the job, let's go! Very nice! Voilà! And for you in live stream, It was the French song, you know? Now I can complain about my job, yes! Now instead of being depressed at not having a job, you can be depressed about having a job. Yeah! Let's go! Voilà! Yoo-hoo! Oh, great! Nat, this is great. This is great, Nat, because now you will have like, you know, a health insurance and whatever, right? So you can have all this stuff. It's very nice. Tell me what it feels, Nat, to have a job. Can you tell us, Nat? Ooh, sorry. Nat, do I have a mic? Nat, can you please tell us what it feels to have a job, Nat, please? Can you please tell us what it feels to have a job? Very nice. Very nice feeling, I guess. Very nice. Do you have another thing to say, Nat? About what it feels to have a job? Ah, very nice. This is amazing. This is amazing. Can you please continue saying what you're saying here? We have a lot of people here listening to you. I'm happy. Yes, you can. You can be happy. That's very nice. That's very nice, Nat. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. This is great. You know? You see? You got it. You're so great. You were a great candidate. That's what you got the job, you know? That's so nice, Nat. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, what you did, you know? I knew that you were going to get the job, of course. You know? I was not sure which job, but of course, you know, you are creative, you are a great engineer, you're doing all these projects, right? You know, like, of course you are going to get a job. It was obvious, you know. So yeah, congrats, Nat. Congrats. Congrats, that's great. Hmm. When do you begin? When do you begin? Because then you will not be able to come to my stream anymore. You know? Because you will have a job. So I want to know when I will not see you again because you will be too busy because you have a job now. I will try my best. It's next month. Okay, so it's in a week, right? It's in a week. It's in a week, right? Okay. Damn. It's amazing. Yes, you got it. 1 year unemployed. Yeah, that's pretty okay, huh? You know? That's pretty okay actually. 1 year unemployed. You know? I mean, I've been unemployed for like 2 years. You know? So yeah. But at the same time, I was not seeking for a job, so you know. But yeah. Oh yeah, Yannick, did you see? Did you see Yannick? Nat got his job today, tonight, like right now. He just got the job. Look. Yes, we celebrated. We celebrated. He got a job. Congrats. Congrats, Nat. Do you have you signed the contract already? Do you know like how, do you know the details already? Do you know like the insurance coverage? The, like like do you know like do you know everything? I only read it's amazing when you're unemployed. Yeah, because now it's not unemployed anymore, you know? So yeah, that's pretty good. Voilà. Nat is gone now. Yeah. Nat is answering the phone calls, like a quadrillion companies. I, I, a quadrillion companies are calling him. Nat, please sign the contract. No, no, you, no, please, us. Yes, he has too many calls, he has too many calls. So nice, Nat. How many have you read the contract already? Have you signed the contract? How does that work in Brazil? I'm playing with some friends. Sorry. Okay. Okay, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Okay, so yeah, you are multitasking already. I didn't sign anything. Okay, so they just called you, or you received the mail or something, right? I just received the confirmation. Ah, that's cool. That's nice. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Up. Which one was it? The first one? I mean, it was his second interview. He got 2 interviews. And I think he got the interview today, right? The second interview was today or yesterday. I don't remember. And he got the first interview like on Saturday, last Saturday. Yeah. Ah, it's pretty nice. Basically, say, good, you have a job now. Oh yeah, yeah. So voila, it's done. Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. Okay. Ah yeah, and you received the mail today. Okay. Okay, I see. Pretty cool. Is the administrative job? No, I think it's actually the database job, right? The database SQL how do you say XLS sheets or whatever, right? Database, yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's the technical job, it's the programming job. I mean, it's administrative. Okay, it's administrative, but it involves database. Okay, and XLS stuff. Okay. Yeah, so it somehow leverages your skills basically. Yeah, your technical skills, which is good, which is very good. Congrats. Yeah, so it's it's good. Okay, so now I can retry. I know I'm not. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is actually uninstall. Package not currently installed. So if I do petit glyph, oh yeah, command not found. That's right. Okay. So. Mm-hmm. Mm. Alors, the TUI navigation is a bit weird. The arrows work, but not inside panel 2 because it's used for the one by one threshold changes. Mm. Let's not. Let's just assign tab as the main key to change panel. Let's keep the arrows for the granular threshold changes. Ta ta ta. Just assign the main key. Oh, let's keep the arrows for the granular threshold. What do I need also? Tac, tac, tac. Yeah, update the legends to let's just do that first. I bought this on Alibaba, not on AliExpress, but it's broken. It's cool, you know? It's like it turns. It's cool, but it's broken. And I don't understand how they even like made it, but I can't rescrew it. It just comes out, no reason. It just comes out without no reason. I don't know. But at least I have this one that still works fine. It's simpler. I like this one because it has, you know, like there's like stuff that turns here. That's pretty cool. And it also turns like that. It's both. I and it's pretty. It's golden, so it's pretty. But it's broken. So well, I guess if I just hold the broken part, it still works. It's just that it's annoying. That I need to. Well, I'm talking about my fidget spinners while while the clanker is working. Okay, updated as requested. Tab is now the primary panel switch. So I just want to test something. And if I do now this, I'm compiling Rust. Even my computer is activating. By the way, I found the secret to a silent case. It's actually to have the fan curves very flat until the CPU is like at 75 or 80 degrees Celsius. Then you put the fans at 100%. But like my base fan curve was like ramping up at like 60% or something when the CPU was at 55 degrees, even though it's pretty cold at 55, especially compared to my laptop where it was almost already at idle. In my laptop, my CPU was at 70 degrees Celsius, and now like at idle, my PC is like, look, 52 degrees. My CPU at idle, and the GPU is at 38 degrees. Like before seeing that here, I didn't even think that it was possible to have such a low temperature. You know, because on my laptop, my CPU and GPU are always minimum at 70 degrees Celsius, you know? And when they work, like, and especially since my laptop for a long time was actually, and I changed it into the BIOS, but I discovered in the BIOS that it was like overclocked. And then I unoverclocked it, but like my CPU would go to like 98 degrees, which is like literally the limit after which it stops because it needs to throttle, you know, to not explode. So like my whole life, and even my previous computers, each time I watched the temperature, I always saw very like, you know, 80, 90 degrees, 95 degrees or whatever, sometimes under load, right? And for the first time in my life, I discovered that, wow, a CPU can be at 50 degrees. Wow, didn't know that. I also had this issue. I can disable the curves and do the automatic fan control in the BIOS. Yeah, I mean, so basically in this new computer here that I have, the fan curves were actually pretty aggressive, which means like when the CPU was at 50, 60, like now, the fan curves would be at 50% or something, you know? Even though the CPU is not actually working, or it's just idling on the OS, right? Like background tasks or whatever. You know? And so basically, when I first booted my computer, I always heard the fans. like constantly. And I was like, damn, I didn't know the fans made so much noise, when I went into the BIOS, I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's why. Because like even when the CPU is idle, because the fan curve was assuming that the idle CPU would be at like 30 degrees or 25 degrees, which is literally less than the ambient temperature at my house, most of the time, year or whatever. I mean, I guess usually in the winter it's like 22, and in the summer it can go up to 30, 32, depending on the weather. So actually, I put everything under 70 degrees. I put at like 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, so very low fan noise. And then I stopped hearing the noise. I was like, oh damn, are the fans like turned off? No, 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 they're not turned off. It's just that at 15% power draw, they are not actually making noise anymore. They are still spinning and they are making air flow work, but they're just not here hearable. They are not heard anymore. Um, and then I basically when the CPU goes over 70 degrees and then 80, then I put the fans at like 70% and then 100%, just so that when it's under load, the fans are just going full throttle. But actually, for the idle, like you can just put the fans at 15% and it's fine, and your case is silent now, and it's totally fine. It's called PWM. Yes, PWM. I don't know if your fans support it. Yeah, yes, I have that PWM. But I still set the fan curves myself, right? But yeah, I have that. I mean, actually, it's on like on one axis. I think, if I remember correctly, there's the degrees, and on the other, there's PWM. So I guess it's the power, the draw, like I don't know. And I guess that's how be quiet. Like the silence case, do it basically. It's not so much. Bon, it's a guess, huh? But my guess is that it's not so much about the quality of the fans, even though, of course, poor quality fans, I guess, can be worse. Yeah, but maybe it's not so much about the quality of the fans, but about like the fan curves basically behave when it comes to how the CPU, you know because like now my case is now silent, and even before it was like constantly, I was hearing it all the time, but now that I moved them down, especially at idle ranges, now I don't hear it anymore, which is pretty cool. I don't know, I didn't have to set the curves. Yeah, I mean, I tried the automatic, but I guess in my BIOS the automatic was putting the curves too high, at idle. So I was hearing the fans all the time. So now I have put also like big step, like staircase, not gentle curve, like not linear curves, because the linear curves like change the power of the fan depending on each degree. So I don't want that. So now I have like 3 or 4 plateau of, like when the CPU is between 45 and 55 degrees, the fans are at 10% draw. If the CPU is in between 55 and 65, it's like 15 or 20. And I guess it's better because it doesn't constantly modulate the fans, so it, you know, when the fans like run at the same speed, I guess it increases their longevity a little bit. Well, I'm not so sure about that, but that's what ChatGPT told me. It's the most optimal. So, you know. But it should adjust it according to temperature, right? Like the PWM. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, so I don't what I do, PWM, degrees, BIOS fan curve. Um, yeah, so I have some, so like in my BIOS, it's not like this actually. It's like there's several steps. Voila, this is what I have in my BIOS. I have something like this in my BIOS. You know? So for a given temperature, but here actually this is not the step base. This is like the linear curve or whatever. You know? PWM. What does PWM mean? Because I also saw that in my BIOS, but PWM. Pulse width modulation, also known as pulse duration modulation, is any method of representing a signal as a rectangular wave with varying duty cycle. PWM is a technique for getting analog results with digital means. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, so it's a very technical thing. I mean, I also saw that on my BIOS, so I guess it's relevant, right? But bon, I guess it's not, you know, the important thing is like, what are the fan curves? Where are your fans activating or you know, at which level? Fan curves, CPU, Noctua. Voila, this is what I have. I have like steps like that. Because before, I think my previous, I had something like this, you know, where like the fan power, the fan speed would increase linearly with the temperature, like this. But I changed to that, which is like between a given set of temperatures of the CPU, the fans stay at the same level, and then when it crosses a threshold, the fan, well, here it's like partly linear here, but then I think I only have steps like that. And I think like when it goes above 80 degrees, for example, all the fans go at 100%. Just because I know that when it's above 80 degrees, it's under heavy load. So, you know, it's actually useful. Yeah. I guess the only thing you should not have is you should not have your fans actually at 0 RPM, because when the, especially at the threshold of idling or something, because I guess when the fans repeatedly stop and start, like goes to 0 and then 50 or 0 and then 100, they wear quicker. They wear out quicker. So yeah. Where is my hello, updated tab is now the primary panel switch and arrow base threshold tuning is preserved in panel 2 without accidental panel changes. Okay. Eh. Oh, I need to do cargo build. Does it not do cargo build automatically? It compiles though. Doesn't do cargo build. It doesn't do cargo build. Does do cargo build because I keep encountering the previous version of the thing when I do the you know. Green. What the fuck? Yes, it does run cargo build. Package source is created from GitHub archive. Install use. Ah, and committed change are not included. Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah. Committed and committed change must absolutely be included. I'm testing things before committing. I need to test everything end to end. Can't have the install like working tree snapshot, not you document changes. Dated. Are they out for install to actually switch to reinstall if a package is already present? So it takes the head. Voilà. Tab. Ok. not acknowledging previously generated TF and PTF from previous two sessions. This is not built yet. Hmm. The frontend was only reading ACK but left build in memory state, which was always reset on each new TUI session. Existing build or especially the startup or scan hydrate build state from disk. Well, yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. Cached. Now initialize build sample from existing artifacts. Refreshes that cached regression tests. Yeah. Yeah, when I fix a bug, I need to remember asking it to add a regression test. Yes. Actually, now that the tests are actually easy to write with the AIs, I need to think about that more. Cargo test passes. Okay. Okay. Yep. Install is okay. The install with I a key inside the GUI needs to have a little spinning animation for the duration of the install, just so that the user is aware something is being done. Submergedly ensures the live spinner will work is in progress or changed. Background order so the TUI keeps repainting. Main loop pulls install progress every frame. Okay. Return our render in ASCII when installing font and not prevented the concurrent builds to inactive install. Okay. When I'm compiling, I hear my fans because the CPU is working. Is expected. Voilà. Now 78 degrees. Voilà. Now my fan activates and then up they spin down. That's perfect. That's totally perfect. Also, if we does not check if the current font is already installed, which is wrong. Similarly to the ETF. Ah, ah, ETF files. It should also check when it opens if the current system font is already installed on the current machine. I'm back. Nice. You are back, Nat. Nat, you're so back. It was so over. Now you are so back, you know? Back with the job. That's right. Tomorrow, Nat, you need to make a stream. How to find a job. You might know that I, Nat, just got a job because I'm an expert at getting a job, okay? Let me tell you all the advice you need to hear about how to get a job in this economy, okay? Other people struggle with finding a job, but not me, I just got one. Let me explain. You know? You need to do that. You know, when I got my job, I did that on Reddit. I did a big post on the data engineering subreddit saying, here's how I got my job. And then 6 months later, I was like, I made a comment saying, actually, I quit because it sucks ass. It sucked ass. Sorry, guys. You know? So, yeah. And actually, I remember like just before I I quit the job, I had like guys sending me DMs on Reddit. Oh, how did you do it? Can you help me? Na na na. And then I told them like, you're doomed. It won't work. I mean, no, maybe it will work, but for me, actually, it didn't work. Even though my post was originally very hopeful and full of, yes, you can do it too. Actually, I was like, no, they fucked me over. They didn't give me a programming job. Actually, it was a lie. They lied to me. There was data engineer. There was the data engineer title on my work contract, but I did not do any data engineering. Actually, it was just like, you know, some like, yeah. Actually, I think my like my job was funnily enough closer to like a kind of a subservient semi-manager, of like problems, like talking to people and trying to explain to my technical team what the problems were so that they could, I guess, solve them. But I was not actually, so they kind of fucked me over with that. A data engineer is supposed to be programming, programming with the database and with, code bases and stuff, like doing commits to a code base, right? But I never did that because they fucking lied, you know? I guess they allowed that because they allowed themselves to do that to me because, they saw the weird profile. So they were like, maybe we can fuck him over, this guy. He deserves it, I guess. But yeah, you know. But like people are actually, I mean, uh, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because, like when people are interested about like, how did you do it? People are just interested about how did you do it when you succeed somewhere. It's always interesting for people. I did install path available for current font and iterated install path at app startup and after build config. Behavior now. Project. Why project? Why project? Isn't the base format? Aren't all the fonts installed under like .local / share / fonts / petit glyph / fonts? Or am I confusing things? Where does this project thing comes from? Hmm? So excited. Yes, I can imagine. It's pretty cool. Install root is fonts particularly from Linux. Then it has a project folder from the manifest's parent directory name. What the fuck? Then it adds the font file name from font name. Collisions across projects and makes uninstall. Safer scoped to run project. Ah, is it like for dependency slash like CLI tool used by another app purposes? Yeah, it's mainly for multi-project workflows. Ah. Hmm. Project folder gives each project its own install namespace. Two different projects can both use petitglyph.ttf style names without clobbering each other. An install can safely remove only that project's install font. Testing variants across projects is safer. It's more isolation and lifecycle safety. src install. Hmm. Hmm. Projects, project font. Manifests, parent, directory name. Uh, for simplicity's sake, let's, instead of creating a folder, let's just have a flat like petitglyph slash fonts org, but the project separation will just I want to talk with you here, but yes, but you're too busy. Everyone is calling me at this moment. Oh, don't worry that. Don't worry. Don't worry. This is a happy event. Answer your family and friends, Nat. Come on. Don't worry. Don't worry, Nat. I will stay here until I will leave in an hour. Roughly. So don't worry, Nat. In the name space. So name will be so if petit glyph is used directly through the GUI, let's not put the project name because it's like user driven, so they have to come up with a correct name. But if petit glyph is used as a dependency inside another app, let's just add the name of the app in the name of the font. So app int name. You know? What do you think about that? Any problem? Only commission become real again, same font name from different project apps. Well, no. Font's internal family name collisions still happen even if finals differ, unless name spacing is applied to the font name. Oh, yeah. Mais I don't. Yes, I meant applied to the font name. Do you read? Effectively install name, direct to default font name, dependency app. No. Don't implement yet. Let's talk a bit still about that install directory option app prefix in Dumbass. Oh my god. I'm saying we do not do petit glyph font TTF for project. For project, it will be petit glyph for like embedded slash dependency project font TTF, and for user driven TUI interactions, it will be user defined name, font name. What do you think about that? I think it preserves the name spacing and also prevent collisions between projects. You are consuming, yes, you are consuming. I am consuming my tokens right now. Yes, the model is reasonable. Ah, thank you. And it does preserve name spacing. Works well if we made only one thing explicit. How mode is chosen? To install, embedded, dependency install, project font project. Main caveat to handle. We can't reliably detect dependency automatically in all cases. So we need an explicit mode flag or clear rule. For example, to we equal plain CLI install font prefixed. And install must target the same naming mode used at install, or it will miss files. Yeah. Project should be deterministic. Manifest parent dir slug. We should document that renaming the project directory changes the prefix. Oh yeah. Two projects show the same project name. Acceptable for most setups, but worth noting. I'm mega consuming. What are you mega consuming, Nat? How are you guys? I'm good. I'm good. I'm trying to finish this just so that I can release it in the open and then reuse it. I got the job. I sent my datas Yeah, your information, your personal information for the contract. Right. Now I'm just waiting. Very nice. This is the best thing, you know, to wait. Already on the business. Really? What do you mean on the business? Yes. Until the uninstall install works or is okay. 3 yes. Do you think we can if the project directory name is changed, we should get rebuilt? Or can we have a watcher or something to check for that? Not sure. One, yeah, the example is good, I guess. I'm in, yo. I'm in, yo. I'm in, yo. I'm Skylar White, yo. I'm Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, yo. Uh-huh. Install uninstall quirks. Mode mismatch is the main risk. Example, instead of your CLI as my app icon TTF, then install from a path that targets planar icon TTF. Instead of your CLI as my app icon, then uninstalled. Still there. If user runs to install after a prefix install, both files can coexist unless we explicitly clean one. Fix a contract level. An install font should remove both candidates for the current config. Font and project font. Better. Add an optional mount plane, mount project prefix for strict colors, but default to safe cleanup both. Exactly. You are Scala White, yo. He told me everything. He told me everything. He told me everything. Project name behavior. Watcher is overkill and brittle. This approach is install time reconciliation of the background watcher docs should say. Renaming project adhere changes the prefix install name. Uninstall again. Installer can also self-heal. Install new project font and remove old project font if it can be identified from install metadata. If old install can't be confidently identified, keep it and show a warning with exact stale path to remove. Okay. Your rule for mode. What did I do here? Expected install PDF. I had spinners. Feature it. Add spinner when installing font. If old install your rule for mode. Yes, there's a good explicit rule. 2e plain font CLI install font project that gives predictable behavior and preserve namespace in word to make sure. Okay. It's all good for me. Let's implement that with your proposed rules and ideas here. Make sure everything is consistent and works with the rest of the code base. Proceed to implement. Hello back, Gonzalo. Have you tried this Petit Pois Docs Olama Cloud? No, I have not tried this. I have not. I have 120B cloud. It's just that my guess is that it's going to be like probably more expensive than Grok with a Q, right? Well, even though I guess Grok with a Q does not update or add new models very often. So maybe Olama can have the latest, like, what models do they offer? Do they offer like the Chinese models? Supported models? Model library. Yeah, voila, they have all the Chinese models, pretty good, yeah. Yeah, because Grok with the Q, look, they still have these old ass LLMs. GPT OSS is like 1 year old at this point. Well, Minimax 2.5 a bit less, but you need to be enterprise, so it doesn't work. You know, it's annoying. Grok with the Q, but I guess Grok with the Q got kind of they were bought recently. I mean, no, they were not bought. Like I think the leading team was acquired by Nvidia. So Grok with the Q is probably still there. But I don't know what they're doing because like they're not updating their models. So what's going on in there? I don't know. I don't know. It has free tier. Olama? Where can I see? Ah, Pi. Voilà. It's funny. Cloud code codex. Integration. Um, pricing. Free. Ah. Yeah, they have a free tier. That's cool. I mean, that's how they're going to get their first customers, I guess, right? To for like most of the AI companies, they first give you free stuff and then less. That's how it works usually. Now I love Mistral. I will use Mistral forever. Yeah, Mistral also have a very generous free tier. Also, Control Kai runs on free Mistral free tier, so I don't pay anything. Yeah. Like Mistral's free tier is probably one of the most generous. It's just that they don't advertise it that much. That like the free tier is basically, you know, as long as you don't use like 10 requests per second. If you wait like 10 or 20 seconds between each request, they won't stop you. Huh? So that's pretty good. Very fast too. Yeah, and it's very fast. Yeah, especially Mistral Small is like extremely fast. Like even nowadays, when I need a fast answer, I always go to Le Chat. When I want a fast answer, I always go to Le Chat and I ask something and like for example, if I want like synonyms for something, like something that I want very quick because I have something in mind. I don't know, synonyms for malicious or something. Voila, it's there. Very fast. 4 million per month, and you can change the model anytime. Yeah, exactly. On the experiment tier, you can do whatever you want. It's pretty cool. Every model have like 4 million. Yeah, I mean, yeah, their free tier is extremely generous at Mistral, and and the fact that like they are not, they are they are less well known than Anthropic, OpenAI, Google for their LLMs, even though they are still there, but they are like a secondary player, right? It probably means that the free tier will actually stay free for a long time. It's just out there for people to use. And yeah, it because there's no hype. I mean, there was a little bit of hype when they released their open source models a few years ago. But now, bon, they mostly focus on the enterprise, on the B2B, so they don't care about competing with OpenAI or whatever. Um, so yeah, the free tier will just stay free for a while, I think. Huh? So that's pretty cool. Flat install directory, nah. now use everywhere. Font no per project subfolder. And so on. Added explicit naming modes and effective font name resolver. Very nice. CLI install font now builds installs with project prefix font name. Yes, very cool. To we install remains plain font name install, and its target text is a flat path based. Very nice. And install font now safely removes both candidates for current manifest font. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Updated docs for naming mode flat path rename guidance, added updated stuff for naming mode CLI. And install life cycle validation. Okay, okay. Commit and push. Okay, let's look at this. Hello, CLI. Plain prefix. Damn, I did so much things today. I'm kind of tired, but my day didn't end. I need to do more things. But not now. You can actually relax because when you will start the job, you will have so many more things to do. You know now. So enjoy your relax. You know, relax now because soon you will have lots of things to do. You know, in companies, people are very busy. Yeah. I hate my job, bro. Damn. Of course. They ask me so much things. Yes, exactly. I'm working like 10 hours per day. God damn. Yes, you know, you will have the joy of complaining now about your job. Exactly. You will have the luxury, you know? Now you'll have the luxury of complaining about your job. That's right. Mm. And my boss, Jesus, oof. My boss, ooh, damn. Okay, let's test this. Let's test this. By the way, Gonzalo, I remember that you were asking about the Diario Literario, my website. You asked about the new updates. Now I have some updates. Yes, that has some updates. Oh yeah, did you push them? Diario de Lettura. Yes. Ah, it's the give me a buy me a coffee. Yes, money, money. Ah yes, so voilà. Now view profile, very nice. Ah, nice. You put the anonymous things. Very nice. Suggestion. Oh wow, that's pretty fancy now. Damn. There's a suggestion. Damn. Oh wow, there's like a search engine that retrieves the suggestion. Damn. That's pretty fancy. Wow. Security. Attends, let me check. Security danger zone. I did my account. Yeah. Very cool. Put your name now. Money, money. Yes, amen. No sensitive datas. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. I love it. Very nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Huh? Pretty cool. Put your name, petit, and a photo. In my profile. Um, I can put my name. Where do I do that? Yeah, in the settings, right? Yeah, profile. Ah, yeah, profile photo. Profile photo, profile photo, profile photo. Where open images, new tab. Okay. Hop. Display name. Petit pois. Hop. Understood. View profile. Voilà. I just put my my ex profile, picture, like you can just go, like if you go there, you click, for example, on your photo, right click, copy image address, and you put it here and it works. We have 4 languages. Wow. Very cool. Oh, pretty nice. Pretty nice. Congrats, Nat. You are a great engineer in your, reading diary website. That's why you were just hired, Nat. Because you're just a great engineer. That's totally logical, actually. You know. Yeah, it works. It doesn't close when I do save. Or well, is it saved? I know. I use more AI than I want yet. Ah, we need a page number. Ah. Pages. 500. Publisher. Ah, voilà. It's a simplified Goodreads. Yes, it's like it's a competitor, Nat Nat is going to take on the big boys, the Goodreads of this world. Yes, exactly. Very nice, Nat. Congrats for the new features on your website. Oh yeah, I wanted to check petit glyph. Install. Yes. Tac tac. Petit glyph. Ah, no. What did I do? Voilà. Now it detects. It detect. It detect. In the home of the TUI, can I get like a big sample of the custom glyphs of my custom font of the folder of the detected one? Just so that I can copy paste them easily. A big size sample of all the custom glyphs on my custom font, just so that I can copy paste them easily elsewhere. It's compact. And maybe mm, maybe if like there is no detected glyph, maybe I need to open like, do you want to select existing fonts or create a new one here in the TUI or something? Oh, I need to figure this out. Mm-hmm. Aïe aïe aïe. Aïe aïe aïe. Glyph clipboard sample. Mm-hmm. Ratatouille. Ratatata. Ratatatata. Ratatouille. Alors, readable spaced. It's not possible for fonts in terminals to be like higher. It's not possible to print characters in a different font size inside a terminal, I guess. Correct. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's in the panel in the third panel font. Let's replace the. I mean no. Let's add next why is it weirdly? Let's make the actions section a bit more like styled. Let's UXY. Let's keep the press B and press BI, but let's make it into two buttons that you can switch over with arrows. Make it easily readable and UX standard related to the way it's so the user can build by selecting the button or pressing B and install by selecting the button or pressing I. Like arrows to select and enter. I did a real action selection state for panel font. Nice switches selection. Yes, update footer. All the actions as cap shortcut it's visible. I did a regression test covering arrow switching. Percent to real behavior. It's crazy how like the temperature goes up and down like very quickly. I guess my cooling works. It means my CPU cooler works correctly. I guess. Mm. Okay, tac. Uh, fuck. Put the actions panel at the top. At the bottom. I'm happy because I guess it's my first real thing that since I moved to no, it's not my first I'm not sure actually. You know, like I don't know why, but I was not very focused on like doing one thing. I mean, no, because I was focused on my YouTube videos, on my YouTube clips. That's what took me so long, and I couldn't really focus on coding, you know, because I was too busy editing. Bon, I guess I'm still going to do my 5 videos. I need to do 5 videos. It's just that I think I don't like. I mean, yeah, it depends. Maybe I would like to edit the long form videos. I need to test. I need to try. What I didn't like doing is trying to edit the 10-hour long footage. That's for sure. I didn't like that. But I guess a 10-minute video is okay. And I also need to do like blog posts. Well, I guess I will always do video and blog posts just for the sake of not wasting any work. But yeah, now I also need to ship the code, you know? To ship the updates, to ship the tools. Especially since now it's like small scale tools, you know, contrary to like Zenkan and Control Chi. Bon, even though they are not that crazy, but there was still some work. Especially Zenkan, it was so much more complex than I thought. Well, we'll see. Voilà. Under both button, add a little explanation of what the action does, like build and install. Make it change depending on which button is selected. I guess I would like also to have my whole UI centered if the terminal is too long. Done. I added two explanation lines of introduction buttons. I love these kinds of, TUI, like for, for tools that do stuff. I think it's so much more welcoming than a command that reading a doc and a command line argument. It's so much more welcoming. Like the UX to me is so much better. I just like it. And I understand now why, there's like projects like Charm and, like Charm.land, like where they just do like crazy frameworks for terminal UIs, because it is nice when you're using these tools. Well, unfortunately, this is written in Go, and I want to use Rust. Can't use everything, but yeah. Maybe I will try it at some point. What can be done with Charm, Bubble Tea, Charm frameworks, Bubble Tea. Huh. I love that one of their tool is literally called huh. Huh. Glamour bubbles. Very well done, huh? That's not exactly how I wanted it though. Like, I want it to change. I don't want both. I'm recording again. Then I would leave. up, both to be visible at the same time. Only the one that is selected should be visible. Mistral is French, right? Yes. Yes, I guess my wife is French. Yes, she is. She's French. Yes. What a coincidence. Yeah, right? What a coincidence. Mm-hmm. And both should render on the same line. Only one at a time, depending on which button is selected, and then I will leave. See, look at this. Look at this. Ah. Bon, it's not. I want just one. Well, even though we understand like which is which, but I would like just one at a time. You know. Hmm. Here it is. No, no, that's what I want. That's what I wanted. But thanks for watching my stream early. Oh yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Nat. With a pleasure, you know. Well, I can't watch your stream every day, right? Because I have I need to do other things. But yeah, it was very funny to see you your half face reveal today. That was crazy. You know, that was crazy when you did this. You know. Oh wait, actually, I think I can do the effect. Can I do the effect? Because I have a fisheye. Is it the fisheye? Which one is the fisheye? My camera have a little fisheye. Ah. No, that's the macro. Because I have a fisheye too. Fisheye. Wait, it's all dusty. Do I have a Does it work? Does it work? Hello. Attends. You know, but it doesn't. You know, it doesn't It doesn't stay in place. But look. Hello. You know, that's what you were doing, right? You were doing the. Mm, mm, you know, like. Right? Yes, I do. I knew it. I remember, you know. Like, hmm? Mm, Yeah, it's this. It's. I think it's pretty cheap. Huh? I'm not sure. Do you have this, or do you have? Is it a digital effect on your camera, or do you have an actual like physical stuff like this? Because I think this was like 9 euros or something back when I bought it a long time ago. So it's not that expensive, you know. Voila. And I bought this, and I never used it before, you know. So actually, I bought this fisheye, 15 years ago. No, maybe not 15 years ago. Like 10 years ago, just for this moment today. Isn't that great? I think that's great. You know. Finally, I use it for something. I use this fisheye for something. The witch is behind you. No! Now you need to pretend to be very scary. Like this movie. Like, my camera is a cheap one. I do it alone, but I have this for my phone. I nice. Well, this is also like there is this little thing, right? It's like you put it. I think originally, I mean, this is for the phones, right? It's like, I guess you put it like that, and you put it on the phone like this. I guess. You put it like this. But I can get rid of the stand. Yes, it is, yeah. Attends, what is the link you sent? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to die. What I thought is like fish, uh, fish eye. Like the anime stuff, right? Like fish eyes, anime, scary or something. Voilà. That's what I was thinking about. When you were doing the thing. Voilà. That's what I was thinking about. What? What is that? There's like one. It's very well known, but I can't find it. I can't find it. BSD close up scary anime. Yeah. There's one that I have in mind, but I didn't find. So, well. Yeah, I forgot. Actually, this one is more precise than the Blair Witch. Ah. Is it like in what anime do I remember this? Like anime character close up meme? What do you mean meme? No. Scary? Yeah, I mean, it's like that. I just don't. It's just that I remember there was like a video that I probably saw on Twitter or something. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah. But anyway, my stuff is done, all right? Yes. Yeah, it works. Okay. I mean, we have a lot of them. Yeah, there's a lot of anime. There's a lot of, yeah, there's a lot of everything. So yeah, But I hope, maybe I will ship my little tool by the end of the week. That would be crazy. I'm not sure, but that would be crazy. And yeah, so I will do that probably tomorrow too. I mean, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I don't stream, but I play with you. That so tomorrow maybe I will stream, but maybe I will stream. We ship a new tool. Yeah, like the thing I've been working on. You know, like this thing. You know, it's the custom font. You know, the custom font thing. You know, like this thing where you know you can see the logos as the font. You know, this is the tool I'm working on right now. So you know, and this is a little TUI, you know, like it's a press tab. You can, you know, you can. Voilà. This is all in the terminal. Voilà. You know, this is what I'm working on, and I want all my tools to have this TUI terminal UI. You know, because I think it's more welcoming, you know, than the font. Not the fonts. No, that the you know, than it's more welcoming than the usual CLI tools where you just have the name and the arguments, the commands, you know, and then the flags, you know. I think it's better. It's more yeah, it's more welcoming. It's more satisfying for the user to use, you know. So I'm going to try to do this font, this sorry, this tool and my other tools, because I also want to do other tools with this same framework. I'm using Ratatouille, which is a Rust framework to build terminal UIs like this. So I think I'm going to continue using them, you know, using it for my next tools. Voilà. And now I leave, and I wish you a very good night and a very good job, Nat, and Ratatouille. Yes, Ratatouille. Yeah, it's French. That's right. It's Ratatouille. So you know, it's really nice. It's all coming together. You know, it's all coming together. Very nice. Well, Nat, congrats on your job again. Okay. The rat, right? Yes. Why the rat? Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Doesn't doesn't come on. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. I guess you know. I will probably start later than 8 p.m. So maybe 9 or something. You know, probably. Ah, it's because there's two halves. There's two halves, but where's the second half? I don't have it. Bon. I don't know. Ah, no, it's there. Ah, okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Bon. Just put everything in there. Up. Up. Okay. And I'm done. See you tomorrow on Pratfall. Yes. See you tomorrow on Pratfall. I will probably start the stream at like 9, you know, 9 p.m. French time. So it's just 1 hour later than usual for the Brazil time, you know. Voilà. And yeah, so see you. And voilà. And I will wait. If you're not there, I will do something else, you know. Yeah. Very nice. See you, Nat. See you, everyone. See you, Gonzalo. I'm not sure if anybody's there. See you, Yannick. See you, everyone that is there. Bye, 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 bye.